Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, welcome. My name's Adam. You're the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're doing some more Insignia dev. Happy Valentine's Day to those of you who celebrate it. Those fervent followers of Cupid. I don't know. What else have I got to say? Working on the game. I'll be probably ending the stream a little bit early because I'm going out to dinner tonight. Yeah, that's about it. I must be tired. I look really tired. I might need to get myself a drink. Hey, Zhongli. No worries. I'm glad you liked it. I want to say a big thank you to Lost Cyclops for the most recent follow. Oh, look at that, Trips. 45,444, very nice. Also, Twack God for the most recent subscription, 207, looking good there. Welcome everybody in chat, on Twitch, and on YouTube. I don't want to waste much time today. I want to get kind of straight into it. I don't believe I have any team meetings today. I think I'm free. So, we're kind of clear to get straight into work on some key tasks. I would like to fix Harriet's quarters. Wait, I didn't say you could just play again. Fix Harriet's quarters scene. I was also working on some stuff for the inventory. That's what I was doing before lunch. I was wondering what that was. I was like, what was I doing? Merchant menu. And that's also what I'm doing right now. And then Harriet's quarters cutscene. I think half an hour is a good amount of time. All right, John. Catch you later. All right, so what I'm trying to do here is I'm building a... Oh, is Unity alive? Hello? Hey, Chronicle, thank you so much for the sub. Hey. 40 months, let's go. 45 in total. So what I'm trying to do here is have these items disappear if they are unique, like one-off items. I want them to disappear or like go into like a null state if you've already got them. So let's see if we can get that going. Now, Honey Ring is the only one that should really do that, or maybe Guard Sword. And if I do this, I really just want to do on the little merchant menu, I want to say if we have item. So this is game system ... check item I. That's basically it. So the idea here being, it should just check straight up, like, do you have that item? And I've got to do, there's a function that's behind that call. Oh, there you go. It works already. Okay. No development required. I already got it. I wonder if I should put like a word here that's like more like a tick. Or like, I wasn't sure if I should put the English word like owned, or like maybe get would be a fun one. I just didn't want to do it too, man, this track, it annoys me how loud it always plays. Everything else is super chill. That track is a little too hard. Yeah, I don't like hard coding strings. I want to minimize that so that localization's as easy as possible. But hey, Godot Noob, welcome. But yeah, maybe like owned, got. This has to be a really short word. Maybe just a tick. But I don't think there's a tick character that I've got. I think this just doesn't say. Maybe I could do a little. There is a tick icon. It's an image. That's the only thing. Maybe I'll just draw a tick. Or maybe like sold out is the word I should say. Like if you have it. It's just that like sold out almost implies that somebody else bought it. Maybe both a tick and sold out. All right, let's have a look. Hey, doggy. Oh, no. No. 25 minutes ago? I don't think so. Easy way to prototype. That's too much. That's pretty good though. I believe they use Logic and FL Studio, maybe? I'm not sure what the other one is. Wondering where to put this. I do have slopes in my game. I turn off the gravity scale when they're on a slope, and then I just manually drag them along it, pretty much. Maybe just the tick. Maybe that's enough. I might make another item listable and make it a shop item listable. Hey, Hollow GRM, welcome. There's a question here that I have around whether or not I should make the tick a special character and just chuck it inside of the what do you call it? Whether or not I should chuck it inside of the TextMesh Pro text field as a tick, as like an emoji kind of thing. It does require an atlas. It feels a little bit unnecessary if it's only one. Okay. Yeah, I did create the font, actually. Is it better for you if we watch on Twitch? No, it's not better. In fact, it might be better if you watch on YouTube. I'm trying to boost my numbers there a little bit. We've got 37 concurrents at the moment. It gets up to about 60. On Twitch, we get anywhere between 120 to 170. If we could get the same across both, that'd be awesome. But I don't really know. I think I'm streaming on YouTube just as another entry point. If people want to watch there, they're more than welcome to. It does create a VOD on YouTube as well, so I don't have any... I'm happy about that, I guess. It's like a permanent VOD, as opposed to Twitch's like 60 days. Am I cutting in and out for everybody else? Is that the case? You are contributing. Yeah, am I speaking too quietly? I don't think I have a noise gate on this. So if I am, that's no good. Little merchant menu, shop item listable. Gotcha. Sounds good. Okay. Did I do the most basic mistake that I always do? Cool. Nice. Sup, Drongo? Cappuccino says, I just got really inspired to start pixel art and I've been brainstorming a potential game project. Your videos have been awesome and now I'm catching a stream. I can watch while I grind levels. Sick. Cool, welcome. Yeah, that's looking really good right now. I might even make the tick the same color as everything else. Which actually I can just hard code because it doesn't ever need to be that bright. It could just always be at 50%. Sick. Cool. All right, so now I should probably just start setting up NPCs to be able to interact with this thing. And I need the purchase option. So it's back over at the little merchant menu. We're going to say, let's get rid of this. Open, close, purchase. If I don't want to hard, well, I guess I should hard code this. Input config.input but get input down. Jump. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to fix that everywhere. Eventually, one day. Anyway. Then try purchase. Try-get component does that without, does it really? Oh, I don't know if I've used try-get component. What does it do? I guess I don't need to do this, but I'm doing it so that I get the name because I want to reference it later. What does it return if it's null? Oh, it's got an out variable. Yeah, I like my way better. I know it's not as fancy. I'm happy with it this way. It's not a big deal. I get why they do it the way that they've got it, but I'm gonna have to do a null check anyway. I'm gonna have to name it at some point. So I've named it and done the null check in one line. Oh yeah, this little guy back here. Someone challenged me to Street Fighter 6 the other day, and they like had their laptop and a couple of PlayStation controllers, and I was like, I am master in this game, but I cannot play it without my stick. Like I literally cannot. And I died. That was terrible. I couldn't even remember my character's moves without the muscle memory of the arcade stick. Doesn't your is statement there make sure it's not null already? It actually, I don't believe it does. I think this is a type check. So you can have a null object of the correct type. I think I've made that mistake before. That's why I'm double checking it. Like it's the correct type because the get component's gonna give me something of type this, but I want to name it so that I can do a null check and then reference it later. I think it can return null. I'm not sure if that's... I'm pretty sure, but I can't be 100% sure. I guess I could do something like this. That's an easy way to do it. Does that help everybody? I've got to take the money. Do I have something called like spend money? Remove money. Interesting. Pattern matching is not null. What would be the correct? What would you recommend? I'm not sure I've got the time. IST does make it sure it's not null, and I don't think doing.ist question mark is a thing. Okay. Well, I can try it again another time. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Something's. I'm pretty certain it's not worked before. I don't know. Maybe it's like. Maybe it's. I don't know. Anyway, not gonna fret. It's really, we're talking about the most nitpicky nitpicks. We're talking about 1 clock cycle's worth of checking. Okay. Cool. And then the other thing I want to do is on open. Then I just need a way to open it. Hey, you know all. Thanks for the follow. Do I find hot reloading useful? Sometimes. I'm not using it at the moment. So I need an easy way to... Do I have like an event on sequence player? I don't. Okay. Well, before I do that, let's go check how I've done this conventionally for a couple others. Okay. Wow, it's literally just got a function call. Just a send message for open. Okay, I mean, sure. I think I'll just create a fake NPC for this. I actually don't know the right way. I guess I just want like a sequence player. And then a player detector, and then a collider 2D. That's a trigger. Put that there, put that, okay, doesn't have one. What the hell was the point of that? Maybe I don't need it. Okay, then maybe it's like interaction. Let's try something else. I have a cleaner way of doing this now. Nope. I wonder what happens if I put Hey, it worked. The heck? Okay. Oh, I see what I've done. Oh, that's just created problems, hasn't it? So but the interaction doesn't have the sequence player anymore. So I gotta put that and there. Not like that, and then this goes there. Then I should be able to go. Nope. Okay. Sure. That should play when I trigger the operation. Sequence player should play. Worked before. Why no work now? Oh, hang on. Yay. Cool. I wonder if it should scale or not. I guess it should. So then I gotta do here, scalar. Okay. Why is that there? If that's there, and that's there, and that's there, then that's actually all fine. It's that this is in the top left, which is actually because, well, that looks good to me. Why is this? Is it the anchors? No. Is it that this doesn't have a rect transform? Okay. How big is this thing? I mean, where's your gizmo at? It shouldn't matter really. It should just be that this object is whatever it is. And then this thing needs to be pivoted middle relative to that. That's better. So if we go over here and we do this, I mean, it shouldn't even be visible until we're done anyway. So I don't know. Maybe it's no big deal. Cool. Wait, can I exit it? Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. Whoops. Why doesn't this... focus can't be null. Okay, I just gotta swap the order. Wait, but I do this. It's probably some dumb thing here where I check to see if it's available. It's not active in hierarchy. Yeah, okay. Just force that. Or even better, and then we can do that as well later. Whew. Sick. Nice. Maybe that should sit in an absolute position on screen. Not sure. And it might be nice for this menu not to, when we open it, not to pause and not to darken. It does make it a little harder to cool. That's not good. Have to fix that. I think it's that yeah, well they're not going to stop doing what they're doing. On stream, probably. It's kind of 50-50 at the moment. Oh. Let's see if that works. It's probably gonna break it. It's probably gonna break it. Oh. I mean, not exactly what I wanted, but... I should set a position. Hey, pals, I gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back. Okay. So this should work. The idea basically is that there's two kinds of like travel in a game that come up really, really often. One is when you want something to travel towards a point that is predetermined and doesn't change. Another is when you want something to travel towards a transform that is moving. The awkward thing in programming between those two is that one of them is a data type. A position is just a vector, which is a data type. The other is a reference type, the transform. That's to say that when you set the destination at the beginning of that little travel animation, if it's a transform that you set and it's a reference and it's holding that reference, then every time you check that reference, if the transform's moved, it'll move towards the new position. But if you set a position, then you move the position, or if you set a position based on a transform's position and then you move the transform, if the thing you're checking was the position, that hasn't changed because what you've stored is just a vector and that doesn't have a reference back to that original transform. In this case, I needed to do both. Sometimes I want the coin to travel towards the player. Sometimes I want it to bounce up into the air and come back down. Because I want it to go up and back down to its original position, I can't set its position as the transform. I can't set its transform as the transform. I have to set a position instead because it's using itself. If it's referring to itself as it's moving up, it's going to keep referring to itself going up and up and up. Instead, we're just setting its current position as the destination, and that's not going to change because it's a data type, not a reference type. It's a value type. So this should work. See? Just like that. But check it out. We go to this merchant. Put a magnet ring. And then, a little bit awkward. Got to fix that. I think we got to set something to true here. Right on the coin. Because it'll already be doing the travel as it heads towards the player. And setting the state to itself is not, doesn't reset by default. So now it does. Yay. Now we can overwrite. Cool. So there you go. I've implemented the magnet ring and a merchant that can give it to you. Bing. Magnets, please. Who's the lady character? Just a dummy NPC. She doesn't do anything yet. This is for like... This whole setup is for like me to be able to make any character a merchant. That's the idea. Because I've got characters in the game already that are merchants, but that you can't buy anything from, like this woman here. So just because we've got coins in the game, we've got an economy. The idea is, oh, I can just take this thing, put it here, hide the merchant dummy object. Now, technically, as you walk up to this lady, now she's the merchant. See? Yeah. So it's not perfect yet, but that's a good little start. Make the dog a merchant. So like for this merchant, we can give her like, what does she say? Carrots and oranges and stuff. So we can make carrots and orange items and give them to her. Pardon me. Yeah, I'll do it myself. Premium mythical merchant. Do I not have a carrot? I'm sure I had a carrot in item drops, maybe. Really? Oh, carrot. Oh my, wow, I don't have a carrot, but I have the sprite for a carrot. Okay, well. I knew I remembered drawing that carrot 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Just leave it at that for now. Carrot slat. Oh, don't tell me it's like... Wait, why is apple... Oh, man. Is there like a... What the heck? Where's my carrot? Is it just not like exported? Oh, that's just silly. But it's too big. I don't really have oranges in the game anymore. That's okay. Like the color orange, it's not really in the game, other than this one orange. Like, what do I do? Go brown instead? It's probably... I don't know. I'm okay with it. Jesus. No, Calorian. Ultima Maxima says, how do you motivate yourself? Oh, you know, I just fully invest my life into this game and then place my financial safety within the bounds of the game's success. I played a game yesterday. I was at an event at this really cool venue in Sydney called Fortress. I had never been there before, and oh man, it was really nice. It's kind of like a gaming, I don't know what you call it. Like, it's like an esports venue that's also a club, that's also a bistro, like all of that. It was like you play tabletop games there. They have booths where you can play retro games. It was very, very cool. And I was there for an event to celebrate like basically local Sydney game developers. I showcased at that event last year. That was the South by Southwest kind of satellite event I was going to. So this was like another. They do it every so often, every few months. But this time it was at this venue and not the previous one. So one of the games that was there this time, yeah, Blood Red. The original one is in Melbourne. Ours is like the little brother to that one. But it's really nice. I mean, I don't know if it's like the same as it is in Melbourne, but it's really cool here. So anyway, orange. There was a game made by a friend of mine. I'm happy calling him a friend now. He's kind of an acquaintance. His name's Dan. On X, he goes by Managor, and he is a many-time Ludum Dare winner. He just makes like small games. That's like his whole thing. And he made a game called Leap Year last year, and I played it last night, and I think you guys would really like it. I don't really usually pitch other people's games to my viewers, but I really liked this game. He and I have like, I kind of like, I like Dan a lot. I think he's a really sweet guy and really quite a natural sort of developer. Like he's a very good engineer in terms of his, I guess, not engineer. He's an artist, but he doesn't tell. He's a game artist. That's kind of what I would call him, in the sense that he uses video games as his art medium, whereas like I make video games, but like a lot of the storytelling convention, it's like I'm using dialogue, I'm using cutscenes, I'm using communication means that you could achieve in other media. You could make a movie out of Insignia. You could make a book out of Insignia, but you couldn't make a movie or book out of this guy's games because they're just so mechanical. And they're all original. They all feel like fresh concepts. So this was his game. Yeah, Daniel Linson. It's a game where you all you do is walk and jump, but you have fall damage on a normal jump height. Like you can't jump at your normal height, otherwise you'll die. You have to land within 2 blocks of the maximum height that you reached, if that makes sense. But you can jump 2 blocks high, so that is enough to kill you. And it's a puzzle game. It's kind of like a Animal Well sort of Metroidvania sort of thing. There are hidden mechanics in it. It's really cool. Another game that I don't know if it's out yet is called Nonogram. Nonolith. I think there's a Steam page for it. There you go. This is another like Metroidvania sort of things. These are both Sydney games. It's very hard for him to make this trailer, I think, because you kind of need to, you can't explain the concept too much, otherwise you give too much away. Yeah. Cool games. I think his name's Cam. There you go, because it's just Cam. Yeah. So there you go. A couple of games I played yesterday. Oh. I don't have a set amount of health that this heals you by. I need to put that somewhere. I don't have like a data table for certain things like that. Cool. I am. Yeah, I'm using a Steam Net Revenue Chrome extension. Yeah, of course. I mean, you could just... tell you which one it is. Steam revenue calculator on the Chrome Web Store. It is this one, I think. Steam revenue calculator. That's it. So I need to show when you enter this menu the amount of money you have. It doesn't show up here. Oh, cool. Is this static? Is this static? Nice. Okay. I can do this really easily. So I go to my merchant menu, and then if open, I say money log UI.instance dot add revealer this. An easy way to do that would be like, boom, just like that. Hey, Natal, welcome. Hey, Wellington, this is Unity. Check this out. Now, when I talk to her, oh, why you know? I don't actually know if I compiled that. Oh, I should have, yeah. Money log UI. Yeah, so it's supposed to be visible. I don't know why it's not. Let's have a look. No. So what's happening when this might be an outdated system, but I need to make it redated. So the log manager is saying, hey, we've got some items here. There is no money log anymore. Interesting. Right. I think, is it normal for you to walk behind the butcher and not in front? I have to check. So basically, what I used to have is a permanent thing on screen, a permanent space for something that showed the money. Now, I guess I don't do that. But right, I guess I've just got lots of these money log UIs. But then this thing has an instance, and instance equals this on awake, which means as soon as these things wake up, they steal the money log. So I've broken it. I've broken my singleton. Okay. What is the correct way to do this? I mean, the thing is, when I'm running around in the game, so we got 20 now. See that 20 and that apple? These two are like nice and organized. If I walk up to here and I talk to her, I want to see the coins, right? But as soon as I buy an apple or a carrot or whatever, yeah, I want to see those numbers. But this should be here all the time. This 5, whenever I'm here, I should see that. Currently, it doesn't work that way because that's not how that works. So log UI, I think that might be what I need. Might be what I need. Log manager has a bunch of these UIs. Actually, let me go fix this real quick since you mentioned it. All right, so we've got our log container, which has a log manager, and the log manager should have something about money, right? Check show money. Okay. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do is just move this same check, this revealers thing. I'm going to move it out of here. And I'm going to go up here and say like money revealers. Save myself having to do that. And then I think I lost Chrome. I don't know what happened then. Are we still here? Everybody still okay? Hello? Okay, stream's still good. I don't know what happened there. Still can't get Chrome up. It just straight up crashed on me. The thing is, a lot of OBS uses Chrome. So I don't even know if I can't even open Chrome. Okay. I guess I just check chat on my phone for YouTube. Very strange. Oh, okay. So it looks like we're still live. Everything's still okay. I don't really know why my browser broke like that. Yeah, okay. Weird. I guess I'll just wait. Hey, Atomic Call. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you. And Kilua Azura, thank you so much. So, should show money. This is okay now. And then on the log UI manager, we need an instance. And then we're going to say instance equals this, and then set money. Okay. Wait, what? If previous money is not equal to the amount of money that I've got, or should show money, then do that. Okay, let's try. But this isn't going to work because we aren't actually checking this anymore. So this is log UI manager. What's wrong with that? Object reference is required for the non-static field method of property logo instance. Object reference is required. Public static. Okay. Let's have a look. One sec. Also going to close this door. Cool. It shows how much we've got now. What? No money. Okay. So when I go over here, I should see 5. And then 150, 20, 15. That's not too bad. I might need to replace this icon though. As much as I like it. mean, even that's better. That says money. Hey, Dynamichu. How's it going? It's been a bit. I'm not getting the pull that I want. There we go. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Hey there, Manish. Thank you. Got to work out some sound effects there. Hmm. Don't know why that happens. I've got to get rid of that boop boop sound. I could go to the menu and then have an open sound. Strange that we have 3 of these. Like 1, 2, 3. What is that? We gotta fix that. Alrighty. So I'll get to that a little later. It works now though. Maybe like a purchased item sound. Let me just put that. Oh. Oh wow, Chrome is like totally busted. Oh no, it worked. It crashed, but it must be. Well, I can't open it from taskbar, but Windows can open instances of Chrome. Okay, I need for sound team merchant menu sounds item purchase. All right, I'm way over in what I was gonna do for that. That was like this much time. So let's instead go to the Harriet's quarters scene. I'm gonna quickly just say adds merchant menu. And I won't leave it on this character yet. I'll just leave it for later. That. Cool. All right. It wasn't the way that I wanted to do that, but it's life. Let's go over now to this scene. Now, the collision space here is a little, like the whole scene is a bit messed up because it's quite old. So maybe we can go and update it. All right. So we want to go map properties. I think I'm just going to remove it. I think it's too old. We'll try, maybe not Crucible, we'll try Cave. Not this one. Where am I thinking? Let's find a map, that's what I mean. I know what I'm looking for here. I just don't know where it is. This tile set. Or instead cave. That's literally what I wrote. Wow, I actually nailed the size. Almost exactly. That's crazy. All right, I'm bringing this up. That was freehand, and these tiles are double the size of the other ones. So somehow I guessed that correctly. Feels good. A little bit further. These stairs are probably not really functioning right either. Oh. Okay, well, whatever. I'm not going to complain. No, I don't think that's right. All right, and then Oh man. Deleted it instead of copying it. I hate that animation, man. It's so bad. Okay, that's better. And then we can go up one tile for all of this. And then go like this. Maybe a bit more over. Like this. Yeah, nice. It's a nice smoke animation, but it's not playing in the correct spot. Does it just play on her? Okay. Well, if that's the case, I can go to the file and move its pivot so that it's exactly where it needs to be. But that is where it needs to be. Oh, but it's... I can just play the other one. I've got one that is designed to be played in midair. Might be easier. And what's this looping? It's a really old system. I might fix it. I might rejig this cutscene if I get the chance to. Okay. Yeah, it's this here, end animation. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to make sure that it doesn't play the second frame. If the execution order's wrong, it's just going to play what it wants. This is a bad system, anyway. We could pick the amount of frames we want instead. We could say, well, it's 7 frames, so just play that. Oh no. 6 frames. Oh wait, no. This is a different animation. Different sequence. Alright, let's try again. That's cool. I made this in like 2018. Yeah, long while ago. $17. There we go. These should animate. I'm pretty sure there's an animation there. There we go. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay. So this scene needs to change entirely. Gosh. Please, please, please tell me I started working with a director on this. Nope. Okay. It's literally full of instructions. Oh God. Open menu, hide menu, selectability, close menu. Ay. Well, what can I say? What? Okay. This is end of chapter 1 from an earlier time, but I'm updating it now. Okay, so we need a dialogue track for Lower Harriet study, and then it is unlock Topaz. Lots of dialogue. And it doesn't even make a lot of sense anymore because Armin's like kind of he's experienced magic by this point. So I need to rewrite some of the dialogue. So much dialogue. Oh, you can't do that anymore because it's not gonna work. All right. Yo. Hello. Hey pals, I'm using my phone. It should be okay. But hey Swizz, can we, because I can't get to Chrome, can we refund transcode's accent redeem? Because I can't, unfortunately. I've got a little bit of it's a small, slight principle against doing certain accents just because I don't want the context to be taken out, and it's just my using my discretion there. That's just my veto. Maybe one day, but not today. Sorry about that. Thanks, Lazy. Cheers. I really want to show you guys what I was doing recently, where I went last night. Maybe I'll just go to Edge, do it. Edge, finally taking center stage. So the place that I went for this game dev meetup was called Fortress. I was talking about it a bit earlier. It looks like this. It's like an esports arena, like a legit esports arena, but like right in the same, within the same like residence, like the same building, they've also got like this. It looks like this. I mean, better than a video game. Let me see if I can get like actual pictures. These are garbage pictures of it. It looks like a legit like tavern. It's really cool. And the food was good and the staff was good. The staff were good. And these booths are like little rooms off to the side. They're almost like karaoke rooms. Yeah, this is in Australia. But we had people demoing their games in these. So you could like poke your head in and see someone's game, and like the developer would be there across the room, across there. And then this is all like a bench seating. So you could sit all people around. It was really cool. And the other thing that was really cool is that on the other side of this wall was the same TV showing out into the room, like into the main area. So we were all, we were having this event, and you could see the gameplay being played on the inside the booth from outside. So if you're drinking or whatever, socializing, you could like see the different games like that were on demo. It's almost like it was made for the event. It's crazy. I was very, very, very impressed. I wish they would just not show these renders. Like, I want the actual pictures. Maybe Yelp? Is that a thing? Or I just go to their website. That's the other option. Yeah, it was very cool. Not enough images. Okay. Anyway. It's pretty new, yeah. I think it came out this year in Sydney, and it's been in Melbourne for a little while. They sort of expanded. Now, how am I going to get this thing going? So she talks a lot. And then... Okay. Well, I should be able to, I guess, trigger that. That's no big deal. I'll put this here anyway. What's the forcing function for having to redo this ending now? You mean like, why do I have to do it? Because it's broken. It's depending on an old system for automating the menu because okay, bit awkward. When you beat the boss fight, Harriet gives you this crystal. The crystal like installs itself into the menu of the game, and she like the cutscene opens up the menu and then flips through the book to a page where you can see the crystals that you've unlocked, and then the crystal comes down and then you have the crystal, and it's like a tutorial kind of thing about like the long-term progression in the game. It kind of sets up the rest of the game, and it's at the end of the demo, but none of that is actually accurate anymore. So now, instead of opening up the book menu, it goes to the ensign menu, which is a different menu altogether that lives here. I still want her to, like, it's still got to open the menu up, go down, across, enter, and then we're going to see, like, there's going to be a left panel here with the crystals that you've unlocked, like 4 slots basically, or a number of slots here, and then it's going to find its way down. They're just not lining up anymore yet because it's not even the right menu. So from this menu, you are going to be able to, I don't know what the heck? What the heck? From this menu, you are going, why is it so fast? It was never this fast. Or was it? I don't think it was. That vertical height is so fast. I know I slowed this down. I don't know what's going on. There's something weird. Anyway, the point is, I've forgotten the point. I wonder if I still need it. I think I still do need it. So it's obviously going to look a bit different. It's going to be more like this when you do it, because you'll have 3. You'll have these 3, but that's it. Maybe we'll just go and do some UX right now. So it used to be more like this. Or at least it was kind of planned to be more like that. It was like this actually. Crystal would go do 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 and then land right here. But Now it's got to go into this one. Oh yeah, that's what I was going for. Something like this. Cool, I already did the UX. I don't know if I want it to be sitting over or if I want it to be at the back. There's also a question about... Oh yeah, that's right. So the way this works in the game is that when you fill one of these, you get to then assign any of these to a permanent slot. So these are the face buttons basically, and you get to assign an ability into it. So you're not just going to be reviewing the ones you've unlocked, you'll be using that menu to literally equip permanent abilities. Like you'll go to here and you'll go click, and then that will light up the thing. So it kind of does need to be a over the screen like this. All right, let me see if I can get up to this. All right. Does it seriously not have interpolation and translating a layer over time as a built-in thing? No, it doesn't have that. It's not really it's like, that's kind of more of a vector graphics kind of a thing, like animation through properties. Like there are no objects in Sprite. You can get plugins to do that kind of thing for you, but they're all a little bit like destructive edit based. So it's not like, Adobe Animate or After Effects where you're defining objects and then translating their position. Like the whole thing is just pixels, right? So what are you going to translate or lerp or that kind of thing? It's not a bad idea. I'm sure David, who works on it, is the kind of guy who would want to support that just because people asked for it. But it feels kind of a little out of scope for what Sprite is, in my opinion. That kind of thing you would do in an engine anyway. Like you would just do it in Unity if you wanted to translate something. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't realize you were in an ad. Okay. I can answer the question again. So basically, no, it doesn't have anything like that. There are plugins you might be able to get where they're just little Lua scripts that might translate something for you on a specific layer. But the application itself is really, it's a pixel art editor. It doesn't have any concept of objects. It doesn't know about the position of things because it's just pixels. So if I was doing that for my game and I needed something to move, I would just export the sprite and then move it in the engine. That's how I would do it. Multiply layer? You mean blend layers? Yeah. Yeah, it has that. How do I do this? I kind of want it to be really kitschy. A terracotta pot. Bad guess, man. Bad guess. How dare you? No, it's all right. It's all right. I'll explain it. You'll see it. It'll become apparent what it is. Yeah, that wasn't that long ago. I mean, it was like a year and a half ago, but I just haven't cut my hair since then. I think I recorded that in Thailand. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this where I want it. I might have to double back on this one. It's got a bit too much depth in it, I think. Because there's going to be a UI on top of this. So the problem is this typically would be drawn with the crystal slots facing towards and away from us. Like this in 3D space. But you won't be able to ever see the fourth one. You have to rotate it. I mean, I could make it rotate it goes as you go left and right. That's a little bit weird though. I want you to be able to see your whole loadout at any one time. Ooh, I could have them float like above the cup. But that's not really what it's designed to do. I mean, ideally, I think instead we'll just do something like this. Ignore the blue. I think I'll just draw them face on anyway. And just obscure that. I'll just make it more like a UI thing. Just don't make it so skeuomorphic. Just want to try. Maybe it's too much. It's probably too much. Good night. Does the sword have a name? The sword does have a name. At the moment, the working title is The Grail Blade. For reasons I'm sure will remain cryptic forever. Nobody will know. Chat moving so fast, nobody will know my sword is a cup. Hey Stewie, I'm doing all right. I don't know. Also, by the way, I feel like I've way overdone this, and I don't think it's going anywhere. This particular exercise, unless I like super duper flatten this thing. I feel like it should be more like diagrammatic, if that's a word. Any games that have caught my interest? Yeah, I do feel that way too. Like I've been meaning to play Lies of P for like a year and a half. Other than that, it just depends, I guess. I kind of go back and forth on different games. There's nothing like super grabbing me at the moment. I'm excited about the Switch 2. Maybe when that comes out, whatever launch titles are on it, I'll play those. But, yeah, I'm not like, you know. Yeah, diagrammatic, is that a word? It sounds like a word, certainly. Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. Yeah, like looking like a diagram. count on me. I know so many words. I know all the best words. Sometimes I ask if something's a word, but I already know it is. Okay. Did you ever play Crypt Custodian? I can't say I did. I don't know. Yeah, I do. Honestly, I don't know how many Metroidvanias I've really played in my life. It's funny because like I am making basically one. But like I don't really think of myself as like, oh yeah, like I'm the guy who is a Metroidvania guy. I sort of just go, well, you know, like I'm making this and that's happens to be what it is. I suppose. I guess I haven't played like that many that I liked. I really like I think I like the genre more than I like almost any of the games in the genre. Although again, having not really played that many, it's hard to say. Yeah, X. Good old noob. I think I just happen to be the kind of guy, and it's really unfortunate that I'm like this, but I kind of just like find something I like, and then I spend like a ton of time geeking out about it and trying to like understand what made it great. And there aren't that many games that I've done that with, but the ones that I have, it's like the list is full almost, you know. It's like my days of, I hate saying this, it can't be true, but it feels like almost like my days of like playing games for just like purely, you know, entertainment and playing them in the way that I used to is a bit over, because the way that I used to play games was like a bit unhealthy. it was a bit, you know, I would just sink like, you know, dozens, hundreds of hours into a game, and I would play it over and over and over again. And the thing is, I'd play it the same way over and over and over again. Like Elden Ring's probably the last game I did that with, where I just like would just fire up the game every week and play it, and I would just do the same thing that I did last week. You know, it's weird to say that I like that. It's hard to justify it as well. Like, why don't you play other games, Adam? You got other games. Like, but I like this one. This is the one that I like right now. And I'm not even particularly very thorough with them. Like, I'm not sitting there like getting 100%. I'm not sitting there getting achievement hunting. I just like having experiences that I like again. And I just don't know if there's ever going to be a game that I can just do that with. I have so many opinions now, and it's like, you know, you don't want to be that guy, or you're just like shitting on something because it's not the game that you used to play or whatever. And it's weird because the industry's moved on from the things that I like about the games that I like. And so even if it's in the same franchise, again, other than like maybe From Software, like the Final Fantasy franchise was like, it meant so much to me as a kid. And it means so much more to me now as an adult than it did as a kid even. But the games that I revere from that franchise are the old ones. Like, it's not even, it's like 7 Remake is pretty good, but like 10 is the game that I really love. And that's not coming back. They're not going to make games like that at a AAA level anymore. That's just not what the industry is doing. They should make games like that, but they just don't have the balls to do it. They're too obsessed with chasing graphics and spending lots and lots and lots and lots of money on games. And then making a loss and getting confused about it. But like FF10, we're listening to it right now, has such a rich story, such a wonderfully deep world. And it's like, well, it would have been nice to just get more of these. I like this. Man, this came up a treat, didn't it? Look at that. I just had to emboss it and flatten it. Now it looks like a place where you put the sword now. Like, I actually look at games like FF15 and 16, and I can't believe they were made by the same company. I mean, definitely not the same staff, but like those games are not, like, they're not good games, guys. FF16 and 15 are not good games. Maybe 15 got good after Royal, but I didn't play Royal because it was too late. Like, you lost it. You deleted the save file. Wow, that's quite committal to do that. Like, screw this game. I just realized I can't see YouTube chat like at all. YouTube.com/AdamCEunice, and then go and watch the most recent video that's live. And now I'll be able to see chat. Hey Ruth Cookie. I do read YouTube chat, but I've had a bit of an issue where I lost the chat today. because my Chrome is dead for some reason. Remember to breathe. That's a good suggestion. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. I like Tears of the Kingdom, but when I try to explain to people or like express, when I say like Zelda is my favorite franchise or something, or like one of my favorites, it's very hard to be to give a reference as to why I feel that way. Because if you ask me like which Zelda is my favorite, like which is the one that represents what I like about Zelda, my first thought is Twilight Princess. But objectively, Twilight Princess is a kind of an awkward game. It's not super pretty. It's quite dated in how the graphics aged. It's a little bit, the pacing's not great in it. Like there's all of these things you could poke at it where other games wouldn't have that same issue in the franchise. But those games won't have the same sort of like grim world that Twilight Princess has. And a lot of the dungeon design, you know, I like a lot in that game. It's like there are these things where like, and I feel like this comes out in what Insignia is to me, where like to me, when I'm building Insignia, I think about what I like about these franchises, but I think about it from the perspective of the best of the best. I don't think like, oh, I'm going to make a game just like Twilight Princess because there's tons of things that I would not do in that game that they chose to do. You know, it's like, oh, no, I certainly wouldn't use that mechanic. That sucked. But it's like, but that's like one of my favorite games. So like, if I have these, I think games in general tend to be deeply flawed. It's very hard to like make a game that lives up to all of the standards that it sets. I feel like maybe that's the thing I'm trying to say here. But as a kid, you sort of have lower standards in general. So I think it's easier to appreciate what the devs were going for as a kid. It's kind of like the aspirational side of it is a little bit more, it comes through a little better. It's either that or games were just better. It's hard to say. I don't actually know. Like, I really do think that like the story in Final Fantasy X is like leagues above what any of the storytelling Square Enix has done since then. I really think that. Like, I listened to like this 14-part podcast recently going through the story, and I'm like, none of this depth exists in these other games. Like the level of care put into the world and the races and the religion and the languages and the places that all of this stuff happened across time. Yeah, Resident Arc. Yeah. Like, the twists and the way that plot is set up and the mechanisms of the magic system and how that plays into the lore, and also all the way through to like the VFX of the game, like Fireflies, how that relates to the far plane and summoning and the characters, and like there are plot beats that only are as effective as they are because the world is so internally consistent. that you can actually play, you can figure out the game, the twists and turns, if you can pay enough attention to piece together how things relate to each other, and the information is there. It's just executed so well that it kind of goes over your head because you don't expect things to mean anything. You don't expect the VFX to mean anything. When you kill an enemy and these little things fly out, it's like you think, oh, that's a video game thing. But it's like, no, in this world, that's actually a mechanic. Tektan says, you're using Game Maker Studio. No, I'm using Unity. Not to spoil FF10 for you, but there's like a plot beat where a person who's like undead is getting like sent to basically like the underworld, like heaven or whatever, like the next life. And one of the main characters pieces out. He just like leaves the room at one point, and it's so subtle. It's like, oh, why did he leave? And then like you don't think about it because obviously what does it matter? But then like later on you realize that guy was dead and he didn't want to get sent in the ritual by a proxy. Like, what? That's crazy that they thought of that. He didn't want to get like magic on him. He's one of the main characters. He's dead the whole game. It's like the Sixth Sense as like a little tiny plot beat in this game. It's almost like an Easter egg. Oh, and the music. Oh, yeah, of course. The music in 10 is so friggin' good. It really is an excellent, excellent game. And it's not just that it was my first Final Fantasy. I just think like production schedules must have been different, you know, back then. Like the way that they approached building these games, it was just a different time. Oh, dude, it's been so long, hasn't it? Not to say that there aren't amazing games being made. It's not to say that that isn't happening. It's just that it used to be that there were so few amazing games and so few games coming out at any one time that when one came out, you could get excited for it. Everyone was playing it. It would sell a whole console. Like, games were more of an event. I think movies were like that too. I feel like Pirates of the Caribbean, I mean, like the Avengers is kind of not a bad example of that. But now the Avengers sucks, you know? It's like, why does everything good have to go away? Yeah, I did think, that's the thing, is that like, hey Tektan, I think Unity does have visual programming, so you can use Unity if you don't know how to code. But making a game in general is kind of hard if you don't know how to code in general. like, I think about Kingdom Hearts, yeah. Kingdom Hearts is actually more a culprit of this thing than Zelda is for me, where it's like, I was such a Kingdom Hearts fan. I was such a fan of Kingdom Hearts. And I think at the time, 3D games weren't that new. I mean, weren't that old. So what Kingdom Hearts did in its animations and stuff like that, that felt so top tier at the time in that first game that I could forgive a lot of the weirdly paced dialogue and the shitty writing and the just awkward aspects of the game, awkward camera, stuff like that. Even like just level design, super weird in the first game. But it gave like the feeling of playing that game was so strong because of the music again and the visuals in the cutscenes and just the concepts of that game they're so strong. It has a sentimentality to it that I like. But if I go back and play them, I'm ashamed. It's like I play Kingdom Hearts 1, I'm like, oh God. I'm like rolling my eyes. Like I can't like enjoy it the same way. But that's not to say that like I don't still like Kingdom Hearts. It's just that I don't like any of the Kingdom Hearts games. I like one, but it's like there's a Kingdom Hearts game that franchise hasn't made yet that would meet my standards. But it'll never get made. I always feel like it's like this. It's like a game comes out and as a kid you go, wow, because of the things that it's doing, and relative to its predecessors, it's hitting a trajectory that's really cool, that's well above where things were going. And then the franchise, as it makes new entries, it goes in a direction that I actually think I can speak about this objectively. I actually don't even think this is taste related. I think some of it is, but like a lot of it is. Every genre in the industry has this problem for action games and third-person games, where there's this dotted line where you make the same game, it's the same thing, you just do a better job of it. That is not where the industry has gone. Instead, the industry has tried to do something else where this is no longer height, this is just like a different space. Instead, they go for bigger production and they go for flashier graphics and more visual interest. But the gameplay experience feels more vapid. Like they don't feel tight. And as you go back and look at the older games, it's very easy to see some of these games were like, oh, these were actually really, they were good and they're still good because they had so many limitations that they had to work within that creatively they were quite a bit stronger. Now, the unfortunate thing is like, I think there's this time period right here between like 1998 and like maybe 2006 where you could get away with just making something that was visually impressive. And there are so many games in that space that I think just knocked our socks off. I just thought that was like all these games, like, even like, I don't know, Need for Speed Underground 2, or like pick a PlayStation 2 game, late PS1, early PS2. And it's like right up to about PS3 era, games were just so leaps and bounds more interesting than the previous generation, and they were getting better UX wise. Like the combat, there's one more point I want to make here. I think Nintendo has mostly avoided this deviation into like graphics land, because they correctly saw that they couldn't keep up with this. I should swap these. This should be graphics up here. This should be gameplay down here. But anyway, Nintendo couldn't keep up. So like the Wii forced games to be not chasing this path in the forest, if it's a forest or whatever. Instead, they went down this other path near the lake of, hey, why don't we just like try to, have our games be about like one thing or simplify them down, and let's just iterate on these systems. Hey, Daniel Cross, I see you. I look at YouTube chat. How dare you? No, I was a bit, I couldn't see YouTube for a little bit, like an hour ago, but I can see it now. I think Nintendo went down this path where if you look at realistically, right, the Nintendo first party Mario games is one team's work over the last 25 years. And for me, having played these games, I feel like there's a continuity that you can see. It's like, it's 64, it's Sunshine, it's Galaxy, it's Odyssey. Okay, these games are it's one game. It's like one project file. Obviously that's not how it really is, but in terms of the design space, this is like one agent moving through game design space where it's like, oh, let's make a 3D version of Mario. What does that look like? What are the things Mario can do? Mario can, jump and slide, he can backflip. This set of design anchor points that they came up with for how this works here, this is like the same DNA all the way through to modern. And they only make one game a generation, so you can see specifically, you can actually plot the design decisions changing and the principles changing, the philosophy changing. Because you can see 64 is like kind of, it's limited. It's quite expressive. There are a lot of different things Mario can do. Sunshine tried to take it up a notch. It made it less approachable and more technical. And then immediately Galaxy went way less technical, way more approachable, way more polished. You could see them, you could see the user testing, the play testing and the UX fully, because of, I guess, Sunshine's like poor Sunshine and the GameCube's poor reception forced them to go pick a different direction. And it's not a huge departure, but the fact that you can't run and do like a backflip that like you can in Sunshine, you can't spin the analog stick and jump to do a spinning jump in Galaxy. There's so many things that you can't do that you could do, and if they had kept going in this direction, maybe the next Mario game after Sunshine could have been this like, I don't know, even more technical game. And instead, this game is all about presentation systems. It's like, how do we move the character through the space? It's like, Galaxy, honestly, I have so much pride for that game when I look at it, because it's like, they figured out how to make bite-sized levels. They figured out how to smoothly get you from A to B in those levels in a way that looks really slick. They figured out how to get you to do like interesting mechanics on this. They figured out how to mitigate difficulty. Like there aren't just tons of kill zones in the game. They're very generous with one-ups. It's like a very different experience. Even the story premise is very strong in Galaxy. The music is great. They have a great balance of orchestration and synthesized music. They use the orchestration in big moments. They use synthesized stuff for levels, more simpler stuff. There's just like so many lessons from Sunshine that you see in Galaxy. And then Odyssey is, again, another, they're saying, how do we take this and innovate so that Mario can do more, but it doesn't make it more complex? And again, they create this, they knock it out of the park because they put all of Mario's powers inside of levels where the powers exist. So it's not that Mario can... Here's Mario. It's not that, you know, Mario can become a tank. It's that, well, in the level where there's a tank, you can become the tank. So we don't have to design around the fact that you can become a tank anywhere. That, I mean, that's the Insignia thing as well. I do that as well. But that's such a refined lesson for how do we scale up the scope of the gameplay without scaling up the scope of the interaction model. And you can see, like, this is one team over 20 something years figuring out how to create something that is a platform for making their IP, for making their series. And Zelda, I feel like, hasn't had such a continuous journey, but I mean, Z targeting started with Ocarina of Time. Lock-on, modern lock-on, as it exists today, began with that game, as far as I know. They like own that system. That's like theirs. And so all of the innovations around how targeting enemies and fighting works in a Zelda game realistically haven't changed that much. I mean, there have been departures. You can see it. Like, you know, you go from Ocarina of Time to Wind Waker to Twilight Princess to Skyward Sword to Breath of the Wild. Look at the differences. So this is pure Z targeting. This, again, just like Sunshine, was more complicated. It's got like a combo system. It's a little bit more, it's a bit less approachable. Twilight Princess, like with the Wii, we're back to Waggle and Z targeting, which is safer than Wind Waker's combat system, I think. I can't remember how complicated this is, but I feel like it was a little. Skyward Sword, all in on motion. You know, this was the directional attack thing, which I actually quite liked, but I recognize that people want to hold a controller, so that's life. Breath of the Wild, back to standard Z target. Like, you can see them try to explore within the design space of something that they started in like 1997 or whatever it was, 1996. And instead, like this, where this innovates is somewhere completely different. Like where the Zelda franchise, again, it's 5 games. It's like one studio's, they make one game every 5 years, you know, plus, in terms of like rebuilding the engine and trying to build it again. It's so iterative. It's so iterative. But you can see that their priorities are, how do we find a new axis to move into each generation that doesn't make it harder to build the game? That's what any studio should be focusing on. How do we expand the possibilities without expanding the technical debt? Where do we innovate? Where does this concept of, this is really just one concept, right? It's 3D Mario. That's it. That's the one concept. How do you expand that in a way that gives you the space to, again, make a new entry without making it harder to develop? I don't think that Zelda has nailed it with the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom. To be honest with you, I feel like this is a dead end. It's a really, really fruitful dead end, but I don't see them benefiting from continuing down this path. I think it's time. If I was Aonuma and that team, I would bring this down. I would down scope it and make it tighter. I would pick a game where there was less open space so that you don't have to populate with so much stuff, and I would go back towards telling a good story. That's my preference. Still keep all the cool techniques that you've got and the cool like mechanical features, but like build deeper interactive puzzles with better told stories. Their storytelling systems aren't strong enough, I don't think. I feel like there's way more value there. I like that. I mean, like open is okay, but they need to do something. I don't. I think that the depth of gameplay in Zelda, I don't know where they go next. I'll be honest. I don't know where they go next. For me, I'm happy for it to be action adventure. You know, I like the way that every game in the past there was like a rhythm of like every Zelda game had like a twist on it, and that twist would be the basis for the interaction for all the game after that. Tears of the Kingdom kind of does that, but Tears tries to do it like 3 or 4 times in one game. It's like the Master Hand thing, and also the it's like you can build things. Oh, and then the fusion is another thing. There's like too many things in that game. Maybe by like a number, like by like 2, there should be like at least 2 fewer systems in Tears of the Kingdom. But I'm glad that it came out. I mean, it's a fun game. It's just like, I want the depth of the storytelling to be deeper, and the mechanics, the gameplay to match that. I want them to move hand in hand forward to make it more of a spectacle with more depth, but I don't think they'll go down that path. Yeah, I don't think they have the... I think they should be telling... If I was them, if I'm Nintendo, not just me, if I'm Nintendo doing Nintendo things, I think they should make it a more... like parables, you know? Like Zelda games that feel like every time we're playing it, we get a new Hyrule, a new Link, a new Zelda, and a different kind of problem that world is built around. It should be like Princess Mononoke. They should just make that. They should just make that in a game every time and build the Zelda framework around that. The way that Studio Ghibli builds their movies, it's like some like, oh, it's an ecological thing, or a, you know, not ecological. Like the stories are always like about something, you know. Usually humanitarian or something like that, like saving the environment or whatever. But the narrative, what's the word? The plot always has this kind of like almost allegorical thing to it. In Zelda, they could make it so that the mechanics match that. I don't know how they do that, but I mean, you know. It just feels like that's where they should be going. And instead, I feel like their storytelling it's going a little bit more like shonen syndicated anime direction, which I think is like super boring. That it bores the hell out of me to do that, especially when you have a silent protagonist. Like all the heroes in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, I'm not interested in their stories. I don't like how their plots are copy pasted. They're super trivial. It's just lost a lot of the grandeur. Anyway, and yeah, I think Kingdom Hearts is similarly, and I think actually Kingdom Hearts, if you draw the same plot line, if you go like KH 1, 2, 3, and you know you do your dream drop distance and whatever along that path, I feel like for me, like I would have gone this way, and then like every game has gone this way, so it's consistent. And if you like Kingdom Hearts, that's great for you, but like I wish they would. I would love to just like rewind time and space, go back to Kingdom Hearts 1 and make a new Kingdom Hearts 2 that was like a better representation of what was good about the first game. Like I think, yeah, like something that feels a bit more like has more weight behind it and not as much I don't know what the word is. It's just like this thing of that they do, and so many studios do this, where they take the previous set of systems and then they think that they need to build a bigger set on top of the previous set. And then the next game comes out and they build another set of systems on top of the previous set. And they do it again and again and again. And it's like this, the foundation was here. Like, just stay here. Why are you trying to add like Kingdom Hearts 1 mechanics? At the height of this is like summons, Ars Arcanum, and Ragnarok, and then like Strike, you know, those kind of like cool abilities on top of your ability system, your AP system. A little bit of Keyblade synthesis stuff where you can customize the Keyblades with you know, to play around with combos and, you know, slight tweaks, but like that's like, you know, on top of the magic system, like the spells. That's kind of the whole game, right? This could have been it. They didn't have to also then add like drive forms, nobodies with the triangle action commands. They didn't have to add flow motion and Dream Eaters. They didn't have to add like the rides in Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, you didn't need all that stuff. Like, you had a cool game, just like make the game you were making. Like, the fact that these are like non-ironic named like mechanic systems that sit on top of the Kingdom Hearts 1 set of mechanics that just serve to it just adds bloat to me. I can't believe, I don't understand why in 2025, like, what's the next Kingdom Hearts gonna have? Like, it's gonna have another set of like 3 or 4 like things with proper nouns on them, you know, that don't integrate with each other. That's the other thing, is that like this and like that doesn't interact with the Heartless concept. They're just different things. They're not like cohesive things. They're just additional things. So like, what is your game supposed to be like in 2026 or whatever? When Kingdom Hearts 4 comes out, like, what's that gonna be? You know? If they strip it back, great. But at this point, the reason why this stuff is like in there, especially like the action commands and the rides and flow motion, this and this and this is more about animation systems. And Square Enix, I think, has a really big prioritization. They really love the idea of making their games more cinematic, like more visually impressive, more like, I don't know, just like cool to look at. And it is really impressive as technology. Like the fact that they can do so much, like the you know, animation matching where like a character can like pick up another character and like jump over their heads and like, you know, seamlessly drop into a cutscene where you're, you know, leaping around the screen and there's visual effects happening. Like cinematically, since Kingdom Hearts 2, they've been able to do stuff that's just like visually mind-boggling on the screen. But I feel like this doesn't yield anything. The diminishing returns on this are such that your everyday gacha game can do this now. Like every single Tencent, Yo-Ho, what are they called? I was going to say Shmo Yo-Ho. Every single one of those gacha games has incredible animation systems, amazing particle effects. Hoyo. They are all visually impeccable in the presentation. But what they also do is have like really boring stories that are not that interesting and a lot of grinding and running around. MiHoYo, that's it. Shmoyoho. MiHoYo. Yeah, like those games are beautiful. It's not enough to just chase And that's what this thing I was talking about before, this like graphics thing, like the technical spectacle of these games, you can't blow my mind anymore. Like, you know what I mean? I just want to go back to like thinking about Z targeting and like, I don't know, like give me like a new interesting concept. This is like this stuff that I'm talking about of like iterating on like mechanics, of like interaction mechanics rather than content. This is now where indie is. Like indie does this stuff, thinks about this, because we can't, no one's going to be able to chase that. Although I see people do it on Reddit. People are like, oh, this is my game. What do you think? 15 seconds of my action adventure. And it's like, it looks like a incredible visual effects spectacle, but like that's free to, that's so undervalued today that literal free to play games do it. You know, characters jumping off of buildings and like dashing at a T-Rex and punching it in the face, and then like, you know, their feet become rockets and they like flip around and then they become a car and drive away. Like, you know, it's only so much that you can show me before I like just don't, I'm not here anymore. You know, like it's beautiful, but like I'm not cognitively engaged. I'm just impressed, you know. All right. I have completely sidetracked myself so far off of task. It is Friday, but like, man, I got a busy weekend ahead. Well, this one goes back on the stack because I didn't actually get to it enough to be happy about it. I should say this is Vic's Harriet cutscene with ensign menu, which kind of belongs with oh, that's non-urgent. It goes up here with urgent. Sits up there, which sits up there. It's kind of all this together. Athenium level review. Merchant menu is done. It's 517. Gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, there are games that are doing cool stuff. I think, like, the narrative in my head about, like, where action gaming has gone is one that is probably woefully incorrect. But I really feel like Souls games, I mean, I'm even a little bit worried about the Dark Souls, the From Software franchise. Because like you've seen them do the same thing where they went from like super clunky games to like the Dark Souls 1. If Dark Souls is a wheel, Dark Souls 1 is a triangle wheel. It goes clonk, clonk, clonk when you play that game. Dark Souls 2 is like a square. Dark Souls 3 is like an octagon. Elden Ring is like you know, some like a dodecahedron or whatever, and then Night Rain feels like a circle. And I feel like when you watch the characters running around and doing all their cool animation stuff, like the animation systems, it's almost like a regression to like the same, you know, that like that concept of like carcinization, where every like undersea animal becomes a crab, because like crab is just like the design that is the winning design underwater. I feel like this happens with action games where like as the tech improves, and the animation systems go up, making characters power creep so that they can flip around and do all crazy shit. Because when you can do that, you no longer have you are no longer in a world where you can do the Capra Demon fight from Dark Souls 1. That no longer exists as an artifact of level design that's valid. This is like something that in Dark Souls 1, it's so memorable. It's so like, it has so much weight and people remember it and hate it, but love it because of how, I don't know what the word is, concentrated it is. How do you pay for rent, bro? I pay for rent with content creation, and I have some grant funding at the moment. So like this, the idea that this is enough to do a whole boss fight. It's like it's a set of stairs and 2 dogs and a Capra Demon. And it's like, that's a boss fight. You're never going to see that again from a FromSoft game because the animation systems are so slick that you can't fit what the player can do in a room that small. It's just a bit, you know. What's your favorite part of game dev? This stuff, this design conversation is my favorite part. Exploring that is really fun. Okay, sorry, Ringtail. Yeah, it is. It's iconic. It's iconic. But I think that when your game tools become bigger, it's almost impossible to resist making content that's bigger. Like every game, there's like a bigger boss, like Bale. Compare that to like the Dark Souls 3 big boss, which was like the Nameless King. Nameless King now doesn't feel like that big of a fight. The Capra Demon fight, isn't that true with everything that evolves? Yeah, but like, why does it have to evolve into a direction? Yeah, Demon Souls. I mean, Demon Souls is, I think Dark Souls to Demon Souls, the animation systems, not really. I think Demon Souls is okay, but it's about the same as Dark Souls. I feel like this evolution didn't happen until after. I mean, if you want to go really deep, King's Field before Demon Souls is even more clunky, but that's first person. Well, they've already said they're not going to make the next game bigger. Elden Ring is their big game. But I think that like the games that we love are the smaller games that are more concentrated. Like people love Bloodborne. Bloodborne's a fast game, but it's much more constrained compared to Elden Ring. You know, we'll look back on Sekiro really fondly, but it didn't have as much of an impact as I think it could have. I think Sekiro is just too hard, unfortunately, but I really, really appreciate that they explored that space. It's a game where you land attacks and they don't do damage, but it adds a complete dimension to gameplay. That tug of war with the posture damage is so interesting. But it's not an RPG. Oh yeah, the Headless Ape that's a big one. But that's more, it's kind of about spectacle, less about like the interaction pattern. Oh, I'm not talking about success. I mean, Elden Ring is definitely my favorite FromSoft game. It's amazing. I don't have any the problem what I'm talking about is there's like an inflation that happens that you can't come back from, and there are lots of Elden Ring moments that I adore, but like at some point I'm gonna get a bit fatigued of this, maybe of this style. Like if Elden Ring if they push it another step further, and I can't have that moment of going down a really dark corridor with my shield up, you know, quivering in my boots, not knowing what's about to come around the corner. If we leave that behind, then I'm almost done. Have I played Lies of P? I really want to play Lies of P, but I haven't yet. Yo, we got some animation come in from one of our animators. Yeah, I think they might come back from the inflation. I just hope they come like a lot further back. Like I really want them to really, you know, because I like Dark Souls. I want to play another Dark Souls game. I can't download this thing. I haven't played Armored Core. I'm aware of it, but I haven't played it. All right, pals. Hey, I think I'm gonna go. I've got a bit of an evening ahead of me, and I can't open up Chrome right now, so it's I'm a bit stuck. And my phone's about to die, and that's running my stream because my internet cut out. So my battery on my phone's gonna die soon. I gotta head. Thank you for checking out the stream today. I'm not gonna raid anybody. I'm just gonna head. Hope you have a lovely Valentine's Day. Take it easy this weekend. I'm gonna be really busy because I've got to catch up on this stuff. But that's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.